That's what we need to do. We need among the science, really bad films. They don't necessarily have bad science. We were just talking about bad films.
I would absolutely do we're going to do a science film on bad disaster films.
Oh, please.
Has there ever been a good disaster film? I mean, seriously.
It's part of the joy of them.
Because they're so awful and cheesy.
Because Hurricane Heist has two of my favorite scenes in movies. One of them I stood up and jumped with joy in the theater.
I think I've actually seen it all the way through.
Hurricane Heist.
Oh yeah.
When the guy like licked his finger, threw the hubcap up in the middle of the Cat 5 hurricane, and spun around and broke 3 laws of physics and embedded itself into the bad guy with the machine gun. And I jumped up the theater. I was like, yes! That's great.
The kids and I were watching Sharknado.
I was about to say the Sharknado films.
Well, I've only watched the first one. I watched the second. But we're watching, and Shree's kind of half watching it. She sees the guy with the chainsaw get chomped by the shark. And she says, you know, he's going to first out that chainsaw and save the day. You run at the end like, you write this thing? No, you're better writing than that. But we saw all new definitions of acting.
Look, this is one thing I will give Sci-Fi credit. They had what created almost a new Renaissance era there for a couple of years of production level B movies where they brought in actors, they brought in actors' roles in films that did not take themselves seriously, but played it straight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the you know, in any comedic film, that's what you have to do. If you're making a non-camera, we have our morning personalities. And say, okay, I'm going to start button on my radio the place where comedy goes to die. And I have, you know if you're laughing. I know if you're laughing. If you're laughing at your jokes, nobody else is. You know, every once in a while, you might say something.
I can just hear the voice in my head, and it's been years. You said John Boy and Bill, and I was like, oh, they just popped in my head.
Yeah. Wait, yeah. They're on 96.1.
Yeah.
Station. WRFX.
Yep.
And I will listen to that station at any time other than 6 a.m. to 11 a.m.
See, I know in the car pretty much it's podcasts.
Well, my commute isn't really long enough for a podcast. I probably would.
Well, unfortunately, I'm probably going to start going back to the office. So.
Well, I can do podcasts on this, but in the car, this streams to my hearing aids. So in the car, with the outside noise, I can't really hear anything screaming. I could have hooked this up to my car.
I mean, especially for the most part, I'm back here for about Charles or something like that. I mean, I've got a combination of very long form and short form podcasts. Like there's a number of ones I listen to that are working based or topic based or things like that that are less than 10 minutes.
My favorite podcast is voice acting talking to kids.
Oh yeah.
Especially when they read a serious script on the cartoon characters.
Yeah.
And Bill Farmer and Rob Paulson was it.
Yep.
And,
That's the reason I got pulled into Rob Paulson.
He could get it a year. He wants to do it. His wife is from Shelby.
That's true. I've met him a couple of times. So do you think you'd probably doing some stuff with him?
Potentially. Somebody I know who would. That would be Roger Curtis. He's the he does a lot of video games. He's Ezio.
Yeah.
He's Ezio in Assassin's Creed. He's Sonic the Hedgehog. He in animation, in Superman Red Sun, he was Batman.
Yes.
So Batman, he in Arkham Asylum.
All right, that's why I know the name. Okay. Because
Roger's also helped me, which is how I got to know him. Because Rob said, you two have got to get to know each other. About the time I got to know him, I was something, he's looking at voice or something. Is this restaurant still there? If it is, you need to go there, that sort of thing. And
yeah, I'd love to get both of them on. I'd actually like to do one. We've done like book narration and stuff, but
now there's some local voice actors. I haven't talked to them in a long time. We follow each other on Facebook. They have interacted with her name's Lisa Hayes.
I've met Lisa as well.
Yeah. 40 years old, some of she's 7.
Yeah.
And, you know, the teaser about it is, yeah, it's become quite the asset for her. But she, when you know those little fur wheel friend toys, she has the voice of all of them. It means every time we look sell, she gets a check. Those things have sold into the millions. You know, and again, for doing that, you have monkey sound, you know, and you spend an hour in the booth and you're raking in money. She's also done like commercials for Walmart. Because you know, she has this character that she does in Leanne. And it's this her 12-year-old boy. It's like, okay, you can hire a 12-year-old boy to do this voice. And he's to be able to do it for a year and a half until the voice drops. And then you gotta hire somebody else. So which means you got a successful campaign, and somebody's gonna notice the voice is changing. You also have to deal with all of the baggage that comes with working with a 12-year-old kid. Or you hire this woman in her late 30s, early 40s to do this gig. She's a professional, she's gonna get it, she's gonna get it done. And when you move her in 3 more years, she's still gonna be able to do the same voice. Who are you gonna hire?
So first, all right. I'm gonna go get ready to talk dystopia.
Dystopia.
We'll see if anyone shows up this morning. But
Oh, you guys might have been my only audience. That's fine.
As we all leave.
Well, I'm sorry, what is this?
This is about smart tech.
so you missed my start the other night on that.
I might sit in on this one because I've got more smart tech on me right now than existed in the world the year I was born. I have a fitness watch. I have Bluetooth hearing aids. I have
Bluetooth hearing aids.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Like say for example, one of the things that's very cool about it is if I'm in a panel and there's a lot of us behind me, I can just get on my phone and aim the directions I go. So this part is more amplified than behind me. But they also pass through, so I turn like last night we went over to Scott and the music was just obnoxious. Yeah, they had their host could sing. You know, karaoke, about 80% of people out there.
No, not yet. Okay.
About 80% of people are not mute. So I can hear what's going on around me. So my wife knew. By the time it was done, all we wanted was to check the I actually wanted to do a panel on augmentation.
Yes.
Because from simple augmentation, this is augmentation.
Yeah.
And it would be augmentation. How much is too much?
Yes.
I'm waiting for smart glasses.
They kind of exist.
Yeah, Google tried to do a mass-produced smart glass.
Yeah.
10 years ago. It's been a while.
Yeah, Google Glass and it. Well, partially because you never knew if somebody wearing it was recording. And you have like a little LED here that can light up and tell you.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it should have recording, but it would be cool. Hey, Lexi. Hey, Lexi. What is that? Then you can look at them.
Oh, again, I have an app. I'm not a pro is, or I can pull it up, and I can listen to the sounds and tell me. It's a free app on,
On your
I think it's called Barrett.
Merlin.
I love Barrett. It's awesome.
Oh, I'm gonna have to tell my partner.
Yeah, part of my job is walking my boss's dog. And so I'll be out there like, I'm sure, oh, that's a red shoulder hawk. And it's like, not only, I know it's a hawk, it's something more.
Well, we still got 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Well, I have an app for work, and I'm sure there's probably better ones, but it's a translating app that has like all kinds of language.
Maybe you wanna watch
But
that.
instead of like talking, instead of typing
Did you
it,
do that last night?
you can like hit a button and speak,
We had a lot of fun.
and then it will translate your
We'll
words
get in bed by
and
2.
then say it out loud. And
Can't
then
do that ever again.
you can-
No, you can pass a certain age.
No, Google Translate, you can hold up your phone.
I'm having the worst allergies and problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scan the sign.
Yeah.
Oh,
It'll tell you what
And
it is.
it'll translate the sign.
Yeah,
It's not great.
Yeah.
I've seen some, I know that's.
well, they're like, and then part of that app, like, you can point it to an object or whatever, and it'll tell you the word in whatever language you want. So I tried it, I was like, all right, Spanish, and I like went to my cat, and it was like, Daco, and I'm like, man, that works.
I've also got a climate application app.
that's my favorite. Plant Snap is what I use, but
Mine's called Picture This. That's fun. You're supposed to subscribe to all you do. It's got like a grayish background. Cancel is almost impossible to see.
yeah, it's very common.
But again, when I'm not walking the dog with some little flowers, like, oh, it's cute, I wonder what it is. Oh, so, St. John's Rackward or something like that.
Ooh, I want that plant-in app, but I don't know if it costs anything. Where you can like show pictures.
Let's get started and talk about this
Yeah,
in depth.
for real.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to How Smart is Too Smart. This is a panel about smart technology. My name is Jay Rethward. I'm an epic fantasy and sword and sorcery author. I am also the host of Pondering the Orb on YouTube, which is a podcast about books, music, and more. We cross many, many borders. Let's start at the end. We'll have our panelists introduce themselves and we'll get started.
Hey, I'm Natalia Barrett. I'm a fantasy author and fashion historian. And I've published many books, but I also, in my day job, work in the political research industry. So I run a marketing department, but as such, we are doing a whole lot more these days because of COVID and all the changes there. So like, we'll talk about health, and I know we have the medical background as well. But also a total geek. I've written for Wired and for Amazon and all kinds of folks about technology and freelancing. Haven't done that in a while, but definitely keep my ear to the wall.
I am Dr. Leanne Rotell. I'm a family medicine physician in North Carolina, and I'm also the writer of a urban fantasy series called the ConCarolinas series and a paranormal thriller through false step books called the Hands of Time series.
Excellent. So I have 4 questions I want to ask today, and then we'll open it up. The first question, smart technology actually has a very interesting definition. IGI Global, a major industry publisher in science and technology, defines smart tech as a technology which uses big data analysis, machine learning, and artificial intelligence to provide cognitive awareness to objects that were in the past considered inanimate. This includes our mobile devices, personal computers, and a whole host of peripheral products across consumer and social media, gaming, audio, and monitoring devices, ranging from banking to medical to education to how you lock your doors at night. Understanding this definition as presented, has the development of this technology been a net positive or a net negative for human users? And this is open for debate. No one needs to give a flat yes or no. Just your general thoughts.
Well, I have a house full of neurodivergent people, including my son who's autistic, and I don't know if he would be as okay as he is in any era but now. I think so much of smart technology enables him to be able to experience a richer life. Where so many, because ADHD and autism and a whole bunch of other things, so the frustration level of life is very much mitigated by that. I mean, even little things like captions, the fact that captions are pretty much now ubiquitous. I have ADHD. It is so helpful for me to be able to watch things with captions, and we don't realize how much can be lost when you're a person who looks at all the details on the screen and is sometimes missing what's actually happening, and that's super valuable. My dad is also severely disabled, and he's could never text or write until speech to text technology became pretty much a standard feature on every phone. And yes, autocorrect is ridiculous, and he calls it a student phone, and it's kind of funny, but he's able to communicate with us, whereas in the past, he has such severe rheumatoid arthritis that his hands are just basically claws. So, all he can pretty much do is like a thumb versus being able to talk to it. I think, unfortunately though, that's not the target audience.
Right.
So it is a wonderful benefit. It's not talked about as often. And then when you start to get into privacy issues, children access is another really big challenge. But then again, to argue the other side, hey, Bernie, like you were just talking about a moment ago with apps for nature, I'm an avid hiker. But just like watching a TV screen, I'm very rarely just focused on one thing. So I see different flowers and different animals and hear different birds, and I'm able to, without carrying around a big tome, be in the middle of the Carolina North Forest and find flowers that I didn't know that grew, or identify bugs, and also know like this is a safe animal. This is not, ruined my week. But at my office, there was a big black snake that came out. Gorgeous, they're huge. And they said it was aggressive, and I said, well, it probably has a clutch of eggs nearby, and that's just like basic behavior. And the gardeners killed it. And I kept trying to tell them, like, this isn't, just let it alone. Just get the pest control to come, they'll pick it up, they'll put it somewhere else. And they killed it. And I feel like I should have taken my phone out and like read them the thing, and like, that's not my job. So as with everything, it's nuanced, and it's up to individuals to know when it's too much. But that's the last thing I'll say is that I think they've become so ingrained in our lives that I don't know when we'll know that it's too much.
Yeah. Here's a question of if we're still so early in the process that
Have our brains been?
Yeah.
Our brains.
So I agree with all of your points. I think smart technology, especially for the older generation, it's always that transition of technology from the older models to the newer models, and people not either having the interest or the know-how to move forward with it. So, when we went from 8 tracks to cassette tapes, everyone and so on. So, like, for instance, like in my day job, like we have the electronic medical record. Fantastic for keeping records, for having everything contained, and then I know all your labs are here, I know all this is here, I have a data thing that I can track it. I can show you, like, without having to go, okay, well, that we were this weight, and this, because everybody asks me, what did I weigh last time? I'm like, 2 pounds more. I mean, but inputting all that data takes a lot of time away from patient care, and it also decreases the amount of time in which I can see more patients, and I can do more one-on-one conversation if I don't have the screen going. So basically I go, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the screen the whole time. I'm really talking to you, but I gotta put all this crap in 3 different places. And alternatively, like lab results, even just sending that to patients, easy click of a button, but my older patients are like, you send it where? I didn't see it, what is this? So I think smart technology has the benefit to improve our lives and to make things easier, but not everyone could come along with it or understand it, or have the education level to be like, what? Like my dad has 8 Facebook accounts.
Oh,
Because he keeps forgetting his password, and he can't figure out the forget password, go to the email thing, and I'm like, Daddy, just tell me what your password is, and then I'll tell you. And kind of same thing with our bill pay is all like online now. And you don't want to do that. He wants the bill to come in the mail, or to check the bill back to them, or take it to the place. And a lot of places
Go
they're not.
to the bank.
Yeah. And he will go to. He tells me all the time, "Oh, I went to the bank today, and I was yelled at the people because he does not want this technology." So again, but when we go forward, like we're not going to have issues with that sort of stuff. But what new thing is going to come out, and then we're going to be like, no, I want to go back to my smartphone where I just hit the button so, but in terms of the technology and helping people keep up with their fitness and their sleep and the text-to-speech, there's even technology for patients that have had a stroke that are able to use the technology to speak for them since they've lost that ability to speak. But there's also dangers involved in, where all your information goes, well, there's HIPAA, but I mean, even just in your personal life, it's like, oh, I got a friend request, who are you? And then all of a sudden, I have male anatomy in my inbox, and it's like, oh,
Your doctor said, get that check.
Yeah.
ooh, I'm gonna do that.
That would be the greatest turnaround.
Right? Like unsolicited. By the way,
Take screenshots. We just.
That's not normal.
well, maybe I'll grade that part out, but
Yeah.
that's a good, I'm
That's
totally
not
doing that. I'm gonna start the campaign.
Bless you.
Unsolicited.
This hotel is awesome. I apologize.
Thank you both for that answer. Your answers. Second question, and Tanya and Leanne, you both mentioned this during the first question. At the center of this debate, as has been mentioned, there are questions about privacy, security, and our rights to be treated decently, both in public and in private. For greater functionality and efficiency, it often feels as though we may be losing something integral to our daily lives as the designers and producers of these technologies ask us to hand over greater amounts of our information in return for access. What trade-offs are worth it for you, and which ones aren't?
So this is, we could probably talk about this for like a couple days. And that's something that I think a lot about. I do believe access is the key, right?
Yes.
Access has become, years ago I was at a marketing conference and they were saying, it used to be visibility, it used to you have the social network and, people saw you and they could see what you were doing, but now it's about access. And you see this in our industry as writers. We've got Patreon, now I have Patreon, it's awesome, but it's access, it is gated. You can only see this content that I'm creating and go to my classes and stuff if you're paying me, because at a point, what has happened is that these large corporations, whether you're talking about healthcare, technology, education, media certainly, are owned by huge conglomerate companies. And every dream of every little tech startup is that some huge company is going to buy them up. So then you have this domino effect where you might have gotten a cute little app 5 years ago, but now it's owned by one of the largest companies in the world, and all of a sudden you're on lists and things, and you've got retargeting ads all over the place. You don't know where your health information went in. Apple's health app, they have a whole bunch of problems. I don't mind. I have a very fast and loose approach to my physical form and its health, and I want all the data possible, and I want to be able to see it there. But that's a choice. That is. So I link it with my Epic account from my hospital system, and so I can see all the stuff. And it does a better job, which is kind of funny. The health app does a better job of showing you what you were talking about with your patients, with your data, because it can read the raw files. Unfortunately, the user experience of many hospital patient and doctor portals are not good. They're also not ubiquitous. So because all these companies are competing for people's money, they're selling different data management systems to different hospitals. And I work with health insurance and in clinical trials, and it's a huge problem because you might have gone to 3 different hospitals in 3 different areas. All of their records are going to be slightly different. They tried with codes, but there's no regulation in the United States that says that it has to be. If you're running a clinical trial overseas, you're also working with state government systems. And then so what ends up happening is that companies have to then build another data platform so that people like you who are running a clinical trial then also not only have to input it twice on their side, then have to go into another system to put that information in, and then you start getting, I think, human error, right? And that's no one's fault, but there is no regulation, and because it's capitalism, we talked about this with the geek right last night, a similar problem. The people who are using and making and giving all their time and data to the applications are generally not the people creating them.
Yes.
So you might have a couple of great, people on the board, you might have some surveys that you've done, but very rarely do people step back and really look at the patient experience or the user experience to understand what makes work. I mean, we all have had apps that are just ridiculous. So I think the cutoff has to be done individually. You have to decide for yourself what your privacy limits are. I think it's different in parts of the world where things like GDPR exist, where you literally can't. They're like, no, you're going to make a bad choice. So we're going to hold that information for you. But in our country, especially, I don't think people realize how damaging it could be for someone to steal with your health information. Like most passwords of people are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. People don't even use facial recognition or fingerprint. They want to just put this thing in. So there's a lot of education that needs to be made, and I feel like as an informed technology person, I know what those are, but I feel like most people don't have any idea. I built my career in social media, so I literally have been doing it since social media started. But even now, if Twitter gets sold to someone else, what does that mean for if it goes to a private company? What does that mean it doesn't mean you're more secure.
Yeah.
It means that actually there's less regulation in some cases, and you may. I mean, that's for me. I started in 2008, so all of that, 14 years of content I've created. Who owns that now?
Yes.
And we don't. I think because generation, especially earlier than us, trusted media and trusted companies because they used to do well by people. I don't trust them anymore.
I'll say, as far as the trust issue, I'm a little slightly more trusted. Because I remember when it first came out, I was like, oh, you want to buy something online? And I'm like, I'm not putting my credit card in there. Now I got it saved on file. And so I was, in some ways, I think that I'm more trusting with online shopping and stuff like that. Because, before it was like, I'm not sending my money somewhere and they mail it to me. And that is call 1-800 and send 4 payments of $14.99. You can have these 3 million knives that will never go dull.
Shipping and handling none.
I was wondering though, why do I need 3 million if they never go dull? I should just need one.
Yeah.
Just the one. Can I get the one for that $14.99? So I mean, it's as far as security goes. Now I remember several years ago when TikTok first came around, and my kids were doing it. And I'm like, what do you mean your account's not private? You're taking videos of yourself and you're putting it online, and these people you don't know are following you and looking at it, and then you're following them back, and you don't know who these people are. And so I banned TikTok for my child. And it goes for a couple years, and I'm like, well, what is this TikTok thing? And now I'm sitting here and an hour later, where did it go? So it was something that I a little bit feel bad that I yanked my children off this, but at the same time, and I'm trying to look while you're speaking. There's a movie. I can't remember who was in it, but it was basically a movie about putting your life online. And this girl was like, "I'm gonna record everything, so you guys can zoom in and watch me." And it almost dictate the attention, the likes, I mean. Exactly. I'm like, today, and I was like, ooh, that great team. I'm just like that. I think technology and instant gratification and the likes and people getting acceptance from online media. I want to create an app that will just go to people's stuff and like give them like 1,000 likes just to boost their big happy. But I mean, as far as privacy, I mean, I remember being like, you know, talking to someone, and I'm like, I really love sharks. Like, I want to shark diving one day. I had the not on anything. Type it. I didn't do anything. I said I like sharks. All of a sudden, I got on Facebook and I read an ad was about sharks, and I was like, well, that's creepy. I would like to win the lottery. Never works in that. So sometimes I think it's weird how our smartphone listens to us, and I'm like, whatever, not doing anything. It's real fun when you're talking about books, and you're like, yeah, I was going to bomb the president in fiction. I'm writing a book. Not true. Look me up and buy my book. It's on Amazon. So I think in that way, like what you're getting listened to, but we weren't in the Cold War, so I'm sure older generation really didn't like, the government listening in. And I'm like, I don't care, I'm bored. I can listen all day long if I.
So both the panelists and the moderator are parents, but outside of that, we're all human beings. We all have concerns for the welfare of our children, the communities that they're raised in, and the generations that are coming after us. What concerns do you have about smart technology as it relates to the future and the safety of our communities and the people we care most about? And there's been some stuff mentioned.
So I come from an odd place because when I met my husband on online role playing in 2000, we were both hobbits, true story. When we knew this was serious, telling people that we had met online was a big deal. I couldn't tell them that because at the time, only 22 years ago, you don't do that. Now, everybody meets anybody, but at the same time, the community that we had there, which was a robust Lord of the Rings community, morphed into a geek community, morphed into a geek and queer community, into writers. Every major thing that's happened in my career has happened 100% because of Twitter. I found my agent, I sold my first book, I've met all my writing club friends, even my friend Sam, who's local to me, I met him first on Twitter. He introduced himself to me as his handle. And in terms of marginalized communities who cannot be safely still in many parts of the country and the world, it has changed the game. It has changed the way we saw with Black Twitter, with the first issues we had, well, not the first issues, but in the last 20 years, we've seen this, and it's been because of Twitter or Facebook or Instagram. We also are just shown things. I honestly did not know what speculative fiction was until I got on Twitter. And people were like, oh, I was like, I read this weird stuff, and sometimes it's steampunk, but then there's really creepy horror elements. I'm like, oh, that's all considered speculative fiction. And I was just like, there's a word for my brain? And then same thing, TikTok is fascinating to me because it diagnosed me with ADHD. Within days, I started getting content of women my age or younger talking about their ADHD diagnosis. I was 39 at the time, and I'm going, is this what the problem has been this whole time? I had no idea. No one looks for, better now, but very rarely do you look for the symptoms of ADHD, especially in high-performing women who do well in school because they enjoy learning. Because learning for me was immediate dopamine and serotonin, give me all the knowledge. But socially, I was a complete and absolute wreck. But girls are not just drinking class, so it's okay. She's fine. She's just a little quirky. But it also was you must be a bisexual as well. And I was weird that you would know that because so far I've mostly been looking at what I didn't know. Things like rock tumbling that I love. I get rock tumbling videos. Have I ever looked for a rock tumbling video? Part of me is super creeped out that it can figure me out that much because I figure I'm special and unique. But ultimately, these algorithms can use so many sophisticated cues from you that it is delivering you the most relevant content of any network that's out there because it doesn't happen on Twitter. You have to create your own echo chamber on Twitter. It's the only way that I've been able to survive. Once I hit about 10,000 followers, it became unusable unless I filter everything. I can't just look at the stream. It will give you the wrong, it gives you stuff to make you upset because Twitter's goal is to keep you on Twitter and be mad. But TikTok, yeah, but TikTok is actually, it serves such a great dual purpose. They don't care if you don't post any content. They just want you to keep coming back and learning more. If you do post content, it does start to change the algorithm a bit. But the fact that we can get that nuanced about that, there's a quote from the first CRO that I worked with, one of the heads of all rare diseases. We were kind of talking about data and big data and how much data the healthcare industry collects. And my dad is rare diseases, and I'm always thinking, like, how haven't we figured out how to make things better at this point? And he said he firmly believed that the cure to almost every disease in the world is in the data. We just don't have tools sophisticated enough to make those connections. So I guess when it comes to my children, when it comes to the next generation, I'm cautiously optimistic. They're also amazing. Like the generation coming up, the kids that are like
Yeah, they are.
10 through 18 right now. I mean, I do believe they're going to change the world, but they're also disengaging in interesting ways too.
Yes.
They love retro video games, like my kids.
Video games and music.
And music, and this sort of like the old, back in the 1990s, what was it like, Mom? Well, we got in our carriage. But I think they have a healthy distance. I do think, unfortunately, the years of COVID have made addictive qualities. And that's speaking as someone who has a dopamine deficiency, nothing gets me going like that.
So you, like Sean understood you, so you think the students, the children now are more advanced than before?
Absolutely. They're so much more self-aware. They're so much more, they're older for their ages. They've had to be. They aged during a pandemic. My daughter was in 2nd grade. She's going to be going to 5th grade. And they've changed and grown. Technology everyone had to learn how to use Google Classroom. Kindergartners were using these tools. But
Do you think the technology makes the difference? So technology is an obvious plus for everything.
not obvious, but it can help in a lot of ways. Like my son, who's autistic, he does not enjoy being in a classroom a lot of times.
I mentioned it because I'm a school teacher. I've been teaching since 1995, and to me, it seems like they're less involved and less caring each 5 years. It seems like, and I mean, in the system, we lower the standards.
Well, that might be the disengagement from the system.
Yeah.
But they're just, I mean, I've been at different schools, whatever you want to categorize them, different social, economic, all kinds of different variations. And it's really hard to get them to care, to do and work. I've got some, speaking of technology, they just get on video game, play video game all class long.
And I probably would have too if I had access. I snuck books in my classes. I read them outside my desk. I also feel like we haven't given this generation much to be proud of or to give a shit about, quite frankly. Like my son, school is not built for his brain.
Yeah.
He has suffered literally preschool. He was going, I hate school. I'm going, it's preschool. Why do you hate school? But it was not built for him. And so many kids are getting earlier diagnoses or live in situations where, like, he doesn't go to school if he doesn't feel like it. This is my kid. He just doesn't go because there's no good reason for him. And the like, this will be on your permanent record. He's like, so what? I can build computers. I'll have a job when I leave school. And that practicality we were taught, I think we're probably one of the last generations. You're going to mess up now, it'll follow you forever. No, it won't.
I know where my permanent record is.
Yeah, I mean, it is complex, and I think it's not an easy one way or another, but I do believe that they're going to really surprise us because they're putting their emotional growth first. We might not see it, we might not feel that way, but I know what my daughter is talking about to her friends, my son talks about with his friends. They're not going to go to college like we did. Why would they go to spend $9,000? I know, like.
Yeah, I mean, so I just noticed the other day I was driving to work and there was a group of teenagers waiting for the school bus. Every single one of them. head. But none of them were talking to each other. But I bet you anything, if they weren't talking to people around, they were not friends. So, like, I remember summers ago saying the same thing, my son was in his room, it was summer break, and he was in there and he was playing video games all day. And I'm like, you need to get out, you need to go, you need to hang out with people, you need to socialize. And he's like, we're playing an online game. We're all talking to each other while we're playing. So he was socializing. It was just not in the way that I was used to. And also, Dad was yelling at him, like, I don't know why you're sitting here watching YouTube all day. Why are you watching people play video games? Like, that's so stupid. If you want to play the game, just play the game. And I'm like, I don't know why you're sitting here watching people play football. That's so stupid. If you don't want to, you want to play football, go play football. Like, what's the difference? It's a game, whether it's an online game or an in-person game. It's still a game. You're still watching other people play. But like our generation, we were socialized different. We were supposed to get up in the morning in the summer and go out all day. And we until dark. And you had to call people. And if you wanted to call your friend from school, you went to the phone book and you're like, all right, your last name is Jones. Sorry. Stacy there? No Stacy. You would do that.
Well, practicing is more because I just got a call, right?
Yeah, that's good.
And you can't do three-way calls. You can, but they don't do that. So I think in some ways they socialize way different. And my daughter is 13 and she all their friends came over. And I don't know how many children were at my house because, like, well, my daughter's name is Katie. She's renamed herself Kai at school. And, like, Nick, but his name is Summer. But her name is Summer. This is Nathan, but her name is B. And so
it's fascinating.
So they rename. They're like, I'm not a girl or a boy. Some days they're a girl, some days they're a boy. And a lot of their parents are freaking out. And I'm like, you know what? You're happy, you're healthy, you're smart. Maybe 2 years ago, she was like, okay. Yeah, I was like, all right. I was like, 11. And I was like, I mean, instead, I was like, I wouldn't go. I'm like, you're a little young to define yourself. Oh yeah, I'm not saying that she did it. And I'm like, I didn't want her to label herself as anything.
Yeah.
And like, don't like concrete yourself into anything right now. And then later, if you decide you also like boys, or you like non-binary,
But they know that exists.
Yes.
That's the thing. I was brought up in a very Christian household. I was told to get your straight. I'm bisexual. I was like, am I just broken? Am I a wrong human? I literally did not until college. Various attraction to multiple genders. So the fact that they're able, my daughter's the same. She's like, I'm a lesbian. Like, that's fine. Save yourself the angst. I was also a secret. Like, I didn't know that was a thing, and they're embracing this, and even if it isn't, like the language there to use it is so powerful. Don't.
Yeah, so I mean, that's why I'm like, but like I said, I'm like, just be who you are. Who you are today might not be who you are tomorrow. And I was like, I will be able to support you no matter who you're with. I want you to be happy, I want you to be healthy. Whether you're Katie today or hi. One day you're he and I say she, you just have to not get mad at me because of course it happens. Not that. That being said, you go to technology and you go to cyberbullying. And recently, my oldest son, he's 15, at school, another child said a racial slur. And my son went off. So then, of course, the other kid got angry and they had a where they were fighting. And the kid said he was gonna come to school the next day and get in a fight with my son, and my son was like, "You want it, we'll give it to my son." Anyway, somehow or another, this got screenshotted and it's circulating, and then here I am on the way to work, and I get a phone call, and it's my son's principal, and they're like, "We just want to let you know we just searched your son for weapons." I'm like, what? And they're like, yes. I'm like, well, do they have any? Well, no, he didn't. He would get a phone call from the police, and I'm like, why did you search him for weapons? Apparently, along the rumor mill, someone had said that my son was going to bring a weapon to school because of this fight. My son was like, he like screenshotted it too. He was like, here, you can read nothing in there about weapons. I told the principal, I'm like, well, see, anyway, but anyway. So, and you know, part of me was like, search my child without permission, but then I was like, you know what? I don't care. Because I know he didn't have anything, but maybe some of these other kids have been searched. Tragedies wouldn't happen. That's likely, but so again, there's that. There's cyberbullying, which is, you know, way different. I mean, bullying has always been around, but the cyberbullying is feels way crueler. And you know, where their lives, everything, so much of their lives just put online or taken on YouTube.
And you can't go home and get away from it.
Yeah, because the college is different unless you start blocking. Now, I also have noticed that the kids speak differently to each other because they will be online and they'll be cussing each other out and everything. And then they do the same thing in person. Like, you know, usually people are like, well, nice to your face, but then they're like, I'm going to text you, and they're like, I'll cast you and everything. No, my kid, they'll be sitting there and be like, come on. And I'm like, is that your friend? And he said, yeah. And 2 days later, they're fine. Even the kid that was going to friend with my kid, he, like, the next day, he, like, called me. He's like, hey, you got the notes from you, so.
Yeah, I Google things, but Google things, right? I say I Google that, everyone knows that. My kids and many kids, they do this when you search it up. I'm gonna go search it up.
Yeah.
It's like, we're gonna get Google for this entirely. And it's the first time I'm like, and then I was talking like, oh no, all our kids say that. I was like, you search it up.
I live every day now looking in urban dictionary. Because I'm in the neighborhood, I there's all over. Well, I take my 2-year-olds in the park, and there are kids everywhere, and there's all of these things. And they just urban dictionary.
You're like, that sucks.
But also, that happened with us too. I mean, you know, we,
Yeah.
and it was probably slower, but I think when I think about who I could have been if I had a social group, I went to a super small school, 38 kids in my class, so not a lot of kids. I'm surprised I hung out with the Keynes. But even among us, we were not, like, it wasn't very, right? There was a lot of different, I was the only writer, I was the only one that I knew that could Lord of the Rings, I didn't have, you know, they have multiple communities now. We have people in the communities that are guiding forces, and I wonder, like, so many people were not okay that are our age. Because they had no framework, they were indoctrinated or they were abused, and knows and who you know, it's the Ultron vision problem, right? Yeah. The technology can be edged either way. And I don't know, and that's just to go back to the Twitter conversation, like, so looking at someone like Elon Musk, and many people have been saying for years, you know, microblogging killed the blog. It used to be that you could build a career by just talking about the things you like, and build your website, like we did. And now, if you don't make on-platform stuff, their algorithms suppress what you do.
Yeah.
So you don't, and then to try to get people away from it to buy the stuff, forget it, that's not gonna go anywhere. Facebook is terrible, Twitter is terrible. TikTok is not, because TikTok has actually kind of grown around virality, and it wants to see your work grow. But that's a whole other conversation. But I think, but I think the problem though now is that if any of these fail, which is why so many creators are moving to unmitigated access.
I had, you brought up a question what these platforms fail. And I have to say, I'm a huge TikTok skeptic. I'm a giant TikTok skeptic, especially since there's no way you can get around from that. So they definitely have your information. For me, TikTok feels like a progression from Vine.
Oh, 100%.
Yes.
And Vine died. I think for the right, yeah. And I think for the right reasons. Like it served its time. I'm wondering, especially with apps in the future, especially for smart, if you only have apps, you only have it 2 or 3 years, and then you get rid of it, something else goes on. I'm wondering if that's going to become a much more normal. Because, like you say, at some point, will go away. Or be sold to somewhere else. Yeah.
But we feel like they do, like, as someone who works in social media in every industry you can imagine, everyone has a Facebook page, everyone has a Twitter page. The difference with, I do believe that TikTok has been so shifted, and I don't know that they know what to do with it. I don't know that the powers that be are permitted.
Well,
It can simultaneously like radicalize someone. There's been amazing
Yes.
papers that like within 14 days, they were even less than that, they were able to get like horrific information. On the other side, it's interrupting things like the publishing industry.
yes.
Because publishers can't figure out what to do, and word of mouth is literally what's selling books. And I love hearing stories of like, well, I had an agent and I shot this book around for 5 years and then I published it myself, and now everybody wants it. And now they're brokering their deals and they're selling tens of thousands of copies because people found the authenticity of TikTok, but it's also super not accessible. There are problems with accessibility from the beginning. You have to do your own captions. It is, if you don't have hands or arms or have disabilities, it's very hard to set up for yourself. So bullying, nobody gives a shit. It is a Wild West. It is. Just people say the absolute worst things, and the more often they try yourself, the more horrific things people say. So it's Twitter's the same way. And these big companies, that's my bigger ethical question. And this is but no one wants to say what the difference is between free speech, hate speech, harassment. They just want to say, well, this is an open space and everyone's free to have their opinion. If your opinion means that I shouldn't be able to have a family or live as a human being, or be alive, or should be pregnant for every day of the rest of my life, and then no, that's not your opinion. That's hate speech. But no one wants to.
When people are like, freedom of speech, my First Amendment right. That is, you can say, I disagree with the president and the government is not going to come and interfere. That does not mean you can say, I hate Sally and I hate all of Sally's children, and we should kill Sally and then you get fired from your job. That is not, you do not have free speech for that. Like even the locally deaf heard thing, she was like, well, I just thought I had free speech. And that's not against the government, that's against an individual. And if your words threaten them or disrupt their livelihood, then that is, you are not free from the consequences. Just because you go to jail or the government will come assassinate you, does not mean you can say whatever you want and you know consequences.
But yet, people study that. I mentioned, yesterday that I've had that I've had opinions about Bernie Sanders that people don't.
Yeah.
And has Twitter ever done anything to help make me feel better? Have I reported
Even on the current ownership.
Yeah. No, I mean,
They have done anything.
no, and especially if you are non-voting and you have an opinion, I mean, there's no protection for you. And that's where the good part of having your communities are in there. And I know that if your mind's gone in the direction I want to go, I know my people have me covered. And I can be that friend and let them do their thing. And I'm just going to but I'm eating different things. I have an unusual name. My own childhood, where I work, there's no protection And people assume that, especially if you're here, hiring people are talking, you're asking for it. For one wearing the book. Well, you're out here, what do you expect? That is not an easy thing.
Yeah, online. There I never, one was like literally apparently weeks leading up to it. And before that,
We can find out.
I think I remember your issue with Brandon and how out of control I've got. But if you go on Twitter and I've seen this, and it's a real problem. If you ever encounter Saudi Arabia, you can post petty videos, you can post forced marriage videos. There's so many different things. So it's also a real question of like all these platforms have to conform to the different standards they go in. So when it comes to like having this huge, large platform that everything's on, and you're expecting everyone to play by the same rules, it just never be that way. I don't think it ever will be.
No, but
well, I think it's like being in like
Yeah.
it's international. It's
but there are interesting things. that you
That's what
can- Really, I don't know if you saw this, when Elon Musk had bots, which he really didn't. I had no idea that people could be big accounts like that. Someone did an analysis of his followers, and he had 74% bots. Because he's a huge name, easily an algorithm, that would do a page, create a fake email, all that account, he would publish to all kinds of stuff. And right after that was when he started backing down. Thought that this is a genuine place of discourse, and that his massive following was all real people.
I understand what you did for me. But so I'm New York, I'm a content creator, I edit, and then I work in media out there. When you used to have to be a reporter, you actually used to have sources, and you had to actually call people and go to places and talk to them, see them face to face. Especially seeing people face to face is such an important thing for like corroborating and confirming information. Like the time, let's say the time you and I were trying to share information, I could, if her phone is grainy enough, she could be telling me bullshit. And it might sound great to my ear, but she might be, giving me this face that's making me think like, well, she's not talking as well as she's presenting. I think that the media is so reliant, especially on Twitter, to get their information, that you literally see it. A story will break on Twitter, and 30 minutes to an hour later, that exact same story from Twitter is regurgitated.
Oh, yeah.
It's barely even rewritten.
I've been quoting an article without my consent.
Yes.
And I'm like, I'm a very, very visually, like, I don't have a publisher currently, but because large following up, very good account, and it's like, it's an actual large cited me and read into my 82-year history. Well, which was and about how I was jealous of Randy Sanderson. And it was just like, I literally made a freaking joke. And like, but that's the kind of stuff I talk about all the time. I'm not genuinely mad at him as a person. Good job. But the crazy part too is that Twitter, like, I got verified years ago for posting the outer lines. Not my own for my whole application. I want people to know like fast forward now, it's more about writing here, but people like Fonda, who is the best-selling fantasy author of this generation and has won every award in the world, has over 50,000 followers. It's not verified. She's fire. No one knows why. All kinds of people that are like that. It is a game. And Twitter, you can't tell how this works.
I've had conversations with journalists putting this problem. Yeah, that's going to do. It's like, talk to sources directly and people to journalism, but it's the timetable for getting the content out and so that Twitter is built to be there. help you collate so many things so quickly. And even if the information is correct, at least you have information out there. And for a lot of these journalists in New York have to have something out, or they don't want to. So,
for instance, promoting false information. Avoid the roller coaster. And there was a woman that got up there and was like, "Oh, that's my cousin." And I kept in there, we were on the phone, and then I was like, "Oh man, that's messed up." And then finally, the parents were like, "I have no idea who that is. Like, this is not." But it was over and over and over. And I have seen when people have gotten injured and come to the hospital, and I have to interview the patient. So I have a first-hand account of what happened. And then when I would see it in even the local newspaper, so this is not going viral, the local newspaper, they're like, at least one or two facts from it was always wrong. So that's why anything I read, I'm like, even if it's local from the source, people live in the community, I'm like, we don't know everything. There's something not quite, I'm not gonna 100% believe it.
I put, I did this fashion history thread on Twitter, and one of the things I've noticed, I no longer have to be, but I was, I used to have like, go to the library, there's so many bad sources out there, there's so many unsighted sources, so now I'm starting to use the store. I started going to the academic sites where I know these academics, they have to, are going to start getting information, where I go to primary sources, and it's kind of wild that with this flood of information, people are into the same thing with Facebook videos, and they've all had political, there have been a lot of things that have happened that were not real, that have permanently swayed people's minds about issues.
yes.
That we know have been debunked. Like, we know don't exist. There's the baby sucking its thumb in the moving picture. I don't know if it's now.
Yes.
That was done as a dead baby. That was done by a photographer who likes to stage pictures of fetuses doing cute things. It's not known, but most people who share that believe that this baby was taken. Who's gonna get a camera up in here that has enough bright light to see all the way through to nothing? It's not a real picture, but again, people don't know that. And with politics, we know that other governments have gotten involved, and we can talk about ads.
Yeah.
They'll take it.
So,
10 minutes.
yeah, absolutely. I'm back for the last one. So the questions here have been very, very serious and discussing pretty heavy topics. Let's end on a lighter note. Despite our concerns and considerations given about smart technology, it's here to stay. It's not going to go. What benefit or possibility has smart tech added? You mentioned some already, finding communities, being able to access information. What benefit or possibility has smart tech added to your life in a positive manner that you cannot imagine living without now? And outside of finding communities, building your author or off Twitter, is there a personal thing that this is given?
GPS. I get lost every single word. I mean, I could have went somewhere 1,000 times, and I will scoot a bit. Inevitably, I'll go the wrong way. So, GPS was invented for me. I'm like, thank you. Yes. I do like how she says, unbelievable.
It's funny you say that. I remember when I first started going to conventions about 15 years ago. I was part of a dragon hunt. I go to work. I go and print off the name of the instructor step by step.
Yeah,
Print them all.
map
Yeah, map quest.
Yeah.
I can't go back to that.
I know, and then you get them, you forgot to staple them or whatever, and then they get like run over the car, and they're like, shit. That was before maps, like I remember using maps.
Yeah.
And you're like, trying to drive, and you're like,
I remember when I got my first GPS. I was like, well, why do we need that way?
I know what it is, but I'm pretending it's my map.
I used to lost terribly. Some person run it out. And now I know where to run. Why do we? We But you have to go out and turn around, you never know. So, turn left, it's right there. Show you.
I actually like
The
to
GPS said,
go past this light. Like,
well, now, I'm in district, I have smart hearing aids.
yeah.
And I can tell my tell my phone that. So we drive along, hold on, voice in my head. So, because it's doing, when Siri, that's what happening. I only hear. It'll be around.
Car safety, I have a car play now. Most modern cars I have, and I don't even have to put my phone on the wheel all together. My consumer, you like, put it here and then stab it in. And it literally just brings up an app version of all the same apps. I never have to touch anything. But that's a privilege because I can afford it. But it should be because it's a safety feature. I'm not messing with my phone. I don't see Disney notifications there and it's so much safer.
My
So I'm
notifications go to my smartphone.
yeah,
Okay.
I will tell you that, like, my patients have that, and like, I'll be talking to them, and I'll be like, and I'm like,
You want me as a patient because I can.
oh,
to answer your question, for me, reading and writing has been the biggest thing. Like, if I just get down to it, I didn't realize I love books, and I've been a keeper for my whole life. So I developed I'm really careful, and a lot of them are strong. And it hurts me to hold them. I get really bad pain. And so I read everything in the library now. I read everything on my phone, and it's right there. I don't have to remember it. I can be anywhere and read whatever novel I'm reading. Also, in the last couple of years, there's been a huge improvement in speed writing across devices for writing. So I'm an Apple person. I've been in my book forever. I use Pages. I didn't use script reading. I use Pages, and I can seamlessly write my novel across 4 different devices. No lag, no versioning problems, nothing. If I'm too tired and burned out from the computer work, I can get in bed, write, read the words on my phone, and it's indistinguishable because the formatting is the same, the font is the same. I mean, it has changed the game, and it's a subtle change. But I remember, like, I had only one computer that could run the WordPress system. So either to write it by hand, or I had to go to that computer that was a desktop that can run it. And now I'm writing books so much faster than I've ever written. Because I'm able to be that way. So that productivity is next, but many programs fail. I love Scrivener for that reason. I have like 17 versions.
I think, like, all 20-year-olds are going to develop severe arthritis in their pinky and
Yeah, I for reading.
everybody's gonna have funky nose, it's like,
Yeah.
I have to say, just for me, I was able to FaceTime my 2-year-old right before and being able to. Fun, time's weird. Just the general access to communication that smart technology has given us is truly revolutionary. I mean, it's truly changed not only our family dynamic, but that's my father in the back. But it's, there used to be a time where, like, if you didn't see someone for 3 months, you were not seeing them. Now you can see everyone every day.
During the pandemic, I can visit my dad and his immune system. He literally gets one every month. And then we can, but FaceTime meant that he gets away 2 years of my kids he did not see.
Yeah.
But now he did, because we could keep chatting at FaceTime.
I have to say, smart technology was really one of the things that made the pandemic real.
Absolutely. Mikey Mason,
Yeah.
he was doing trivia.
Yeah.
And I used to be, I was like, Wednesday, Mikey's doing trivia. And I think we were the restaurant.
The other thing, just for businesses, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, all that.
Yeah. My company just went over to Teams. relatively small still. I'm not a Microsoft person, but I'm amazed at what they have done. To be able to build all of their apps that speak to each other so that you can like have teams going and then tags it somewhere else and it's gonna show up in your calendar. I mean, props to them. I've never heard of Microsoft stand. We're getting very started to try to
And then I'm like that, I'm like, okay, but then when it was like, 7 minutes to the ball field. I'm going to the ball field. See, right? First time I did that, freaked me out. I was like,
Well, everyone, thank you for joining today's meeting. Thank you for our panelists. Let's go ahead and start with Tanya. Tell us where you're going to be today.
I'm done today. It's my last panel. I'm Natanya Barron, fashion historian. I also at table. I am local from Chapel. But yeah, I'm on Twitter at Natanya Barron. It's super easy. This thing can be fun.
so Leanne Rotell, I have, what are you binging? It's 11:30. I am on, social media and leanneuniversal.com and take one of these cards and something else to do.
I'm Jay Redford. I'm an epic fantasy and sword and sorcery author. I'm also the host of Europe on YouTube. I have one more panel at 1. It's called Let's Wrestle for a wrestling panel. So hope to see everyone there.
We made it just for you. You and Donna. Yeah.
Are you going to be wrestling it?
No.
Oh, man.
Okay. Money's on you. You're scrappier.
Tell you the old school stuff about like Tony Blank,
Yeah.
Ornans and Dusty Rhodes and.
You don't know
I
from
love
that
your
school.
shirt.
Play classic.
Yeah. Pencil nut geeks.
That's right.
I love your shirt. It's awesome.
Yeah, have a nice one.
Very typical Sunday morning. Yeah.
One good thing about going to the active shooter plan, you can find secret quarters. I knew it existed, just didn't know where. Hey, just FYI, that's part of active shooter for me. Is and in the hallway there. Shit, because it comes out.
Have you heard of the one where you're cleaning dragons and you have raised dead and you have That's awesome. It's amazing. That was on Facebook. I was like, I
I need to create like one of those, like maybe writing cards to put on the table for me to analyst. It's like I will write analyst and I like submit. And then I'm able to do all that stuff in presentation. But I'm not the one I need somebody who is like not having especially if they have time, so I have yes. Handle 15 minutes, but might as well go sit in the air conditioning. I do not have a plague, I just had a sinus infection 2 weeks ago. Fun stuff. This is not good. Hey.
this is about, when you grew up with a father who got really into a lot of classical music. Now 13, public, everybody knows why. My main character decided to play his mind because mind is driven from the Keynes world built off of all this progression faster music and now later what he likes. And he spent 3 books navigating all the different stories. So half the story is every real world, half the story is on a dream state, Balenciaga and troubadours and all this stuff. And this is a magical chess game that happened 300 years into the and the hero is Scrooge hates meatballs. Literally, the Christmas Carol is a happy 17-year-old meatball instead of the real. You can have a mood board, you can one that's not interesting to me. Everything's available online.
Sell many this weekend?
Sorry, I literally just, I'm about to get a shower.
Yeah, I ran into David.
Over still. Not too bad. Not bad. Can't complain. I think I'm doing it here is my here
Well, I was like, Walden, there we go. No, Walden's fine.
It is a larger coverage. So it's not exactly one of these things. It's like a yeah. Exactly. I haven't taken
I'm moderating this one, you're moderating.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I've written enough questions for.
I did questions for my other panel, I didn't do all of them. For social media, I'm like, we live in this moderator.
Yeah, I need to make a living off like in your career, but I've gotten there. Okay. I'm making too much money at my age. Justify switching like weird lifestyle. That's just finding a conventional level. It's like, now forget having a title card out there. Just have my mug with like my logo and
Anyone care for badge ribbons? Oh, this one says one other person.
yes.
I do a Sunday stream called Terrible Movies with Wonderful People. I'm not the wonderful people. Carol Coles and Jason Gilbert are my usual panel.
I don't know, that's kind of a hard sell. Jason Gilbert. I enjoy marketing.
I can be special. Anybody else? So, the blue ones I give out. The pink ones, usually I say, if you can show me that you follow me somewhere, I'll give you the pink ones as well. So all I ask is that. On the blue one is my website. If you pop in there, it's got links to Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, Twitter, all the usual stuff. Just follow me somewhere. And just being a social media panel. And at the end of the panel, I'm going to give somebody this month. And I have stickers too. Just don't put it upside down. It's going to want to keep down.
Need help with the airport.
Yes. Okay.
Now we can hear each other.
What?
I don't know how to podcast people.
What? Lord. My kids can fart in the other room and my microphone will pick it up. I'm
It's
trying to
not as loud over there in Don Darrow's room as it is out.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yes.
All right, hello everybody, my name is Casey LaCourte. I'll be moderating today's panel, Growing Your Social Media Presence. I live on TikTok. That is my happy place. That is what I do. I also do TikTok marketing for authors. And I'm a writer with House Books. And we'll get on to everybody else. Report.
Hi, I'm Hi Mark. I am a personality and variety streamer on Twitch. I do movie nights, I do game nights. I'm also an online social coordinator. So starting in 2020, and everybody was isolated and not able to see their con family anymore, I started organizing game nights, karaoke nights. I work with Geek Radio Daily. We do a monthly poker night as well. Thank you. Where I am also a contributor. And then I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, TikTok, and Instagram. I'm not yet on Pinterest. I'm also a sometime actor and shadowcaster.
I'm Catherine Barsonistis. I run the nerdy food blog of What's Geek. I make recipes based off of TV shows, movies, books, video games, and tabletop role-playing games. And kind of do any sort of it's a literature and story analysis, but with food. Or establishing food culture or the significance of the story. I am on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, where I have a cooking show where I make recipes based off of tabletop role-playing games, bunches of minis. I just got on TikTok and I can't stand it. I am on Pinterest, Instagram, barely, and what else? I'm on things, Discord, kind of. Yes, on things. And
Hi, I'm sorry I was late.
I'm sorry you were late.
My name is Elizabeth Donald. I write stuff. 25 years as a journalist and 15 years as a published author. In my time as a journalist, I have gone through so many different varieties of social media training. While in the news business, we were slow to adapt to social media. When we did, we jumped right in. So I have had all sorts of fun training on SEO and keywords and timing your posts to get maximum traffic and so on, because we had to start writing our news articles in such a manner that we could actually get picked up by the algorithms. I'm freelance now. I'm going to grad school for 2 degrees, an MS in Media Studies and an MFA in Creative Writing, which meant more time on social media. I am currently managing social media for several organizations in which I'm involved. I'm president of the St. Louis Society of Professional Journalists, so I manage all of our various social media through Facebook, Twitter, all the usual places, and using Slack, Discord, etc. more for project management than for the social media aspect of that. Certainly a big part of it. I also, as part of my fiction writing half, manage the blogs and social media for the Literary Underworld, which is an author and small press cooperative that I run. I think I forgot something in there somewhere. I will note, we were talking about Discord and alternatives during the pandemic. I'm part of a convention in St. Louis that had to cancel 2 years running because of COVID and decided to hold it on Second Life. And so that was at Second Life with some on Discord. So that was an interesting experiment that I think might continue.
All right, excellent. All right, so most of us, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on Twitter. We're all the places we're supposed to be. TikTok, it's hit or miss. Some people love it. Some people it's not for them, and that's okay. What is your first choice for social media? Like, that's one of the first things I tell my clients. I'm like, figure out where you want to live. You can do other places, but where do you enjoy being? Because you're more likely to post there if you actually like it.
For me, I have my Instagram and Facebook linked between my Hi Mark page and my Instagram, and then I live on Instagram.
So it's just like when you're thinking of, I'm going to post to social media, you go Instagram first.
Yep, Instagram picture.
Got it.
I would say I enjoy Twitter the most. but that's also because the majority of my friend and network is on Twitter. And we're actually able to have conversations that just end up promoting back and forth mostly. I mean, my strongest was Facebook, but Facebook's algorithm keeps changing, where a lot of folks who maybe in your network are not as likely to be able to even see anything you post, just because it's also gotten so huge, so you don't really get that reach with sharing back and forth. Otherwise, as far as the greatest reach I have, though, I would say Pinterest. Because Pinterest actually works more like a search engine than it does social media. And stuff I posted years ago is still getting stupid amount of numbers of hits, just because it's going through people's, it recycles whenever people are looking up things that are similar. So, yeah, those are probably my main areas.
My personal preference is Twitter, because again, algorithms, I can set it to show me the things that I want to read and in the order that they were posted. Thank you very much. I know that for some people, Twitter is a toxic environment. If you ask Chuck Wendig. Yeah, and honestly, I find that I find Facebook to be a lot more toxic. Simply because I can curate my feed much more accurately in Twitter as a user. In terms of greatest impact, I still, something's kind of coming up, I've got to post it on Facebook. I usually post in lots of different places. One thing I like about Instagram is if I've got a photo, I'll post it on Instagram, and I can set it to go automatically post to my Facebook and Twitter, which I used to use Hootsuite, I think. Until Facebook stopped letting it work because Facebook is evil. But I have the greatest followers on Facebook, and I can, if we talk later about news on Facebook, that has become very complex with the latest changes in the algorithm. But for a conversation, Twitter.
I can kind of compartmentalize mine. TikTok is where I enjoy the most. It's where I have the most followers. It's where I get the most engagement. I have a community there, and I enjoy it. And it's nice because you can curate it as well. You can click it. You don't like this one. You don't want to see any more like this, and it will. I think across the board, every social media manager I've spoken to has said TikTok has one of the most intuitive algorithms. Like it's showing me stuff that I would not look for, and I'm like, no, I like that. They're right. But Twitter is where I go mostly for agents, editors, the business side of writing. That's where I keep those people, and that's where I engage with them over there. I don't socialize a lot on Twitter. It's mostly work stuff. But that's what I mean is when I say it's different things for different people. It serves different functions. So speaking of like Hootsuite and stuff like that, there's something I just started messing around with. It's been out for a while, but it's If This Then That. Is an app you can set to like, if this happens, then that happens. And it automatically, like if I post to Instagram, it automatically kicks it over to wherever. It doesn't work on TikTok, so I haven't messed with it too much, but a friend of mine who does a lot of Instagram management, that's her favorite, is If This Then That, is the name, is TPS or something. But are there any other software that you use that makes, because it's a lot. It's a lot happening, and it's easiest if you can have the one thing and then just send it to all the places. Or scheduling posts or anything like that. What kind of software, programs, or anything like you do to make your life a little easier?
I just use the Facebook Creator Studio because you can plan out on a calendar all of your 7 a.m. posts for your blog. I also write a blog. So 7 a.m. Tuesday, my blog goes out. It's already set to publish. Then at 7:01, there is an Instagram post that can also post to Facebook. Every morning I post to Instagram with throwback pictures and that kind of stuff. So I like calendars. I like look and say I've got something for every day, that sort of thing. Because the big thing about Facebook is posting consistently, because you don't know when people are going to see the things. It's not the same with Twitter, but with Facebook and then Instagram, and all of them work differently. I'm sure we'll get to that, how they work later. But the only way to make sure you're gonna be seen is to post consistently, and then you don't even know which one they're gonna see. So you just keep putting the same thing out there. Not the same thing, but keep putting things out there at the same time.
And not just buy my book,
Yes.
please. Nobody wants to subscribe to a commercial channel. You've got to find other things to post. I mean, I'm sure we'll get more into content later, but definitely the number one mistake I see beginning writers make is every post is buy my book. And people will unfollow that shit like crazy. Oops.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, with the kind of content that I do, I cannot post every day. I literally cannot. Especially when it comes to Facebook. Just like Facebook, if I find a relevant meme to share, heck yeah.
Yeah.
But relevance is also like hard to find sometimes because if you just post like, oh, this particular thing is funny, but has no actual relevance to what the platform is, you don't really get the audience that would be interested in what your actual content is. It's like if I'm just in, I know like in the Crusaders, if you're just a shit, but like you start like sharing shit posting memes the entire time, you're gonna get a bunch of people who usually love shit posting, which in my experience are usually pretty terrible people.
Yeah.
If you you kind of have to also keep a pulse on the audiences that you're posting about. Like for example, I had a huge following because of all the Harry dressing recipes that I did. The only trouble is a lot of Harry dressing. There's also a subset of Harry dressing files, there are Harry dressing fans or dressing files fans that are also on the skinhead side. So it's the it's like you kind of have to notice your audience a bit and how they're reacting to be able to kind of gauge what content you continue to share. And I've been doing this for about 7 years, so it's it keeps changing depending on what's popular and how the algorithms change. But Twitter, I actually do post often just because I'm able to, like, if I have a funny anecdote that happens, especially in the kitchen, or with like anything that is associated with my particular platform, especially with tabletop role-playing game stuff, like D&D jokes, D&D jokes all day.
A good game will go a long way.
Yeah, or like just that whole network sort of thing, because the thing is, people are on Twitter able to see your responses and the conversations back and forth with other people they follow. So it's keep those conversations up, you're likely to start picking up some of their followers because they can say, hey, you're just as entertaining as this other person I follow. And people love to support people that make them laugh.
Mm-hmm.
People love to support those who brighten their day a little bit, even if it's not specifically that particular thing that normal content you normally do. It's like, I can promise you a good chunk of my followers don't cook, but they just like to see what creative thing I've made using food, or what like inside joke that me and a bunch of other like streamers that they follow have kind of rattled back and forth with each other. So you're not really so much as constantly providing content is so much as you are fostering a community, and moderation comes with that as well.
I think I lost track of her question.
Yeah, any kind if you're for posting or keeping track of things, is there anything that you use to help manage the shit show that is social media, trying to get it out to all the places all the time and do all the things?
Sometimes I have, I'm an intermittent Hootsuite user because when I'm running Joe NaRimo or NaNoWriMo, and then we put out an encouraging post every day, and I gotta program that stuff in advance. I am doing 2 master's degrees. I do not have time for this. So I take advantage of pretty much any program any option I can find that allows me to schedule the posts. So that if I spend an hour or 2 on Monday scheduling the posts for the next 2 weeks. But you gotta keep an eye on that as well, because the world changes very quickly, and it looks really inappropriate for you to be posting this really funny, cute meme. And there was just a school shooting. It makes you look insensitive, and not that you weren't paying attention to your scheduled posts. Having an editorial calendar, I work for so many different people. At the moment, at least 3 newspapers in the St. Louis area, as well as magazines and so on. But without my editorial calendar, I am lost. And there are specific days posted where make sure there's something posted on this blog, make sure there's something operating here. Facebook is its own beast because of its evil algorithm. So, but I have the most followers there. So if I post something hilarious, like say my dear husband who thinks that toast should be charcoal and resembles the tiles on the underside of the space shuttle when it lands, so I make a few cracks about that. A lot of people chime in, laughing and making fun. Then when I post my link to the latest essay in the afternoon, it's going to appear in all their feeds because they interact with me. Because Facebook's algorithm is based on interaction. And so being aware of that and your timing, don't post something at 2 o'clock in the morning in the Eastern Seaboard, because you will not, no one's gonna see it. It's just, it's a waste of social media. Yeah, maybe Britain. If you've got a lot of British fans, talk to them then. But a lot of, if you're doing blog, if you use a blog platform, I haven't had enough of this yet. We're using a blog platform that allows you to schedule a post and will cross-post it onto your social media. I have a monthly newsletter that goes out to my readers with links to all my stuff. I can set that to also post. It not only goes out to the emails, but it automatically posts to my Facebook page, to Twitter, and would post to Instagram if I could figure out why it's not working.
Also, there's a graphic design program. It's completely free. It's called Canva.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I love Canva.
Canva's
Canva's the best thing ever.
Sometimes it's just fun to play with it.
Yeah.
But
I mess with photos of my sisters.
They-
I do all my ads with it.
they also have basically canvases, like based off of what the different platform sizing is. So it's like if you want to do a event post and it has the event header size is perfect. Like Facebook header, perfect. Twitter, even though Twitter's finally started showing the entire picture when you start, well, not entirely, but yeah, it's actually does add a level of professionalism to your designs, and it's much easier.
I know professionals who use Canva.
Yeah.
They have Canva Pro, so they have access to more, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a much user-friendly interface than say like Photoshop. or
I will
anything like
also,
that.
I'll tag onto that and say, if you haven't heard, for writing specific, where you want graphics for writers, or you have your book cover, and you want to put it, you've seen all the pictures of the hand by the pool with it on the e-reader, it's called BookBrush. And it's a program, and you take your image, you load it in there, and they give you, here it is, and you food related, Is that a restaurant? Your book's by the plate. It's all those staged photos aren't actually staged photos. There you can plug any image in, and they give you, there's a free option, there's a paid option. You've even got it where they'll generate like videos for you, like those TikTok aesthetic videos.
Yeah.
It's just really kind of a plug and play, and it's super user friendly once you get into it.
Did you saw that one? I want to write that down.
BookBrush. BookBrush. No, they were a sponsor at a writer's summit I did, and I got to playing with it and seeing a bunch of their stuff. And I'm like, it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
But so let's talk about what you brought up about timing of when to post. And I know it's different on everything. AJ and Hartley and we were talking, and I'm helping him with some TikTok stuff. And he was like, oh, my YouTube video, haha, I only got like 80 views. I'm like, you posted at 11 o'clock on a Friday night.
Oh God.
And he's like, in my defense,
Social media goes to die.
he's like, in my defense, most of my followers are in Japan. And I was like, okay, but this was about the Queen's Jubilee, different markets.
Oh no.
It's not, I get what you're saying, but you're wrong.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
So, in McClatchy training, they've spent ungodly amounts of corporate money to study this. And when people check the news, they check their social media feed for the news, It is when they first get to work in the morning, usually 8 a.m. in the various time zones, just after lunch, and right before they leave work, then once again at 8 p.m. I think the one right before they leave work is just to check the traffic. I personally don't think they're doing a whole lot of reading. But those are the times when people want to fuck around at work. I'm sorry, I keep using bad words, throw things
Did we
at
gotta bother anybody because just, it's okay, we're not gonna give you okay. Because I
I'm
don't mean
sorry.
to, but it just.
I spent too much time hanging around cops.
It's also Sunday morning at a convention.
That's true.
I'm losing
And
my
I
I've talked
just-
more this weekend than I've talked in the past 2 months.
I just now found the cheap Bilgewater coffee in the lobby because the Starbucks was closed this morning. And what do they want, a riot?
I was just
So-
saying that's the crime.
That's just absolutely wrong. So we would time our big social media pushes for those times, so that it is fresh on their feed when they first get to work, and nobody wants to actually work when you first get there. You want to settle in and get caffeinated, and you're screwing around scrolling your feed, and then they're doing it on the lunch breaks and then right before going home. And then people will check their social media sometime in mid-evening when. These are, of course, assuming people are living ordinary 8 to 5 jobs, which not everybody does, but those are the
We'll
patterns.
get into that in a minute, that's talking about target market.
So there's
We'll get into that
spikes,
next.
yes. Those are the spikes that we saw. This is specific for news readership. But since Facebook's algorithms and news are very complicated, as about 2 years before I left the newspaper, Facebook changed its algorithm to downgrade any post directly from a news organization. If we posted from the Belleville News Democrat page, it would be devalued below people posting the same story on their own feeds. And so we had to come up with a lot of creative strategies to try to get around that. As Facebook, our numbers tanked. You can see whole layoffs at newspapers related just to this change in the algorithm.
Yeah, and Facebook also prioritizes pay play.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's actually what I was first kind of growing. I ended up doing that at one point where, the thing is, you can go as stupidly low as like $1 a day. And the biggest thing then is just you have to specify your market as much as possible because otherwise you're just wasting money. And it allows you to do that. The tools allow you to go with a certain age demographic, with his particular interests, gender, or you really want to narrow it down as much as possible because you also run the risk of offending somebody if you were too broad or just annoying somebody. It's like specifically if you happen to be female between the ages of 25 and 35 and married. So, trust me, the parenting ads, the parenting and diaper commercials and baby formula stuff is actually kind of offensive. But I mean, we're probably not going to deal with that, but just make sure it's specified to what that particular audience you want to be going to. And like I said, you can go as low as $1 a day. Just to, especially for something that's you really want people to go to, like one of your big posts or anything like that. Don't just do it on random media
And I think all the social media platforms have gone to some form of pay to play.
Yeah. I mean, how else are they going to make their money?
I was gonna say,
That's how they make their
TikTok
money,
is hitting me up, you wanna promote this? I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm not promoting a book right now, I'm fine.
I mean, I've personally stopped doing it just because my following is large enough that it shares enough on its own.
Yeah.
But when you're first starting out, if you're just needing to start building an audience, it is actually helpful. It is a lot more affordable.
I will say, it's worked on me a few times with a few the book ads. I'm like, no, let me see that others doing.
Yeah.
I'm your audience.
Yeah.
Good job.
And make sure you set deadline, like you set an actual time for it ends starts on this day and ends on this day because otherwise it'll just keep going.
Now with
That's
pay
where all my
to
money went, yeah.
play, you do have to be careful about one thing. If you're selling something like selling books, pay to play works because it puts the book out. So somebody only has to click it once, they buy the book. If you were trying to generate traffic to Twitch or to YouTube, it doesn't work. They click once, a very small number of people ever hit like or subscribe on YouTube. So
Well, it's also because Facebook downgrades posts from other platforms.
Yes.
Because like Twitter and Twitch and YouTube are all owned by different companies. And they especially have a rivalry with Google. And like if you post a direct link to a YouTube video, it will actually downgrade your traffic as opposed to just doing a regular post, which is also why it's helpful if you are doing videos to post directly to like a video directly to Facebook, unless it's a case that you're trying to monetize that video.
Yeah, the
Which-
best way to do is make the video and then load it to the platform.
Yeah.
And because you share from TikTok to Instagram gets really mad.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people are like, oh, I buy this app and it takes the TikTok watermark off. And I'm like, it's still in the metadata.
Yeah.
You're not tricking anybody.
Or-
I don't know, they know.
Or even better, embed the video on your blog post on your own website. Embed the YouTube video on your blog post site and use that as the link for your Facebook post. And if you want to have a little clip, like I don't know, a 5-second clip of said video as the preview, as for the image, like the generating image, that actually helps better because Facebook is like, oh, you posted a video to our platform. That means we can add ads around it. We're gonna help push this because we also say video is the future. Zuckerberg just, yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, with TikTok and then Instagram Reels
Yeah.
and then Facebook now with Instagram, it's all, yeah, there's a lot more video.
But there is
I
actually
enjoy that, so okay for me.
a big thing of directing people towards your platform. And if you can get yourself a website, honestly do, because
yes.
because platforms, like as we've seen with like MySpace and Google Plus.
I go back to LiveJournal and
Yeah.
I miss it.
Platforms come and go, but your own website is
Yes.
your platform that you own, and you don't have to worry about going away.
Yeah, on that note, excellent, jump off from there. Websites, this is a two-part question. Websites, how do we feel about them? Because it used to be, everyone should have a website if you are trying to drive any kind of traffic, build any kind of platform. Like it's an excellent hub for links to others. But because it used to be, oh, your website's everything. And now I think it's gotten away from that, where people don't go directly to websites. I think it's more social media and that. So what are your feelings on websites and what purpose they serve?
I still feel like it's
Well, absolutely, you need a website. I started my writing career on LiveJournal and GeoCities and writing.com. Writing.com still exists. I don't think GeoCities exists. MySpace might exist. But do you know anybody
about
else?
music and sporting stuff?
Yeah. Oh God, probably my MySpace is still active there, but yeah, I've posted it since 2004. These platforms, they shift in popularity, certainly, and you are always at the mercy of their algorithms.
Yes.
If you use your website as your base, when you Google me, well, actually, when you Google me, the Wikipedia comes up first. But then the second one is my website, and I work really hard to keep it out there. Now, a couple of things about that, though. It's important, don't make it a static site. Make sure that it has constantly changing content, particularly on the front page. Google recognizes when a website's front page has not changed, like you've got a back page, click here for my calendar, and the calendar is what changes, and your front page doesn't change, Google will eventually mark it as an inactive site. So you want to have some sort of regular content. I have a blog function to all of I have way too many websites, honestly. I have one for the journalism, and I have one for fiction, one for photography. But all of them have changing content on the front page. And sometimes that means I'm cross-posting, but I don't have a whole lot of overlap between the people who are following me for journalism and people who are following me for fiction. It's a very small overlap. I have a wide variety of fans in both worlds. I don't recommend that. I wish I only had one website to worry about. That would make my life a lot easier in terms of pushing the Sisyphean rock up the hill. But use it as your central base with links to all of your various social media, and make sure your social media refers back to it, so that when people Google you and you want them to, they can find what you want them to find, and not say, oh, the first thing that pops up is something that on Amazon that you wrote in 2007 is really stupid. You hope people would never see it again.
Yeah, also it's a lot harder to direct someone locally to the Facebook page
Yeah.
than it is to a website, like an actual domain. Also, the websites are a lot more searchable for previous content. Websites are more likely to keep you in Google's algorithm, especially if you are posting regularly, because the way those little search engine spiders work is that it just basically goes from link to link to link, as long as you're still staying within the algorithm. So you can have a post from about 5 years ago on making a breakfast sandwich based off of Harley Quinn, and it still shows up like crazy in the algorithm because people are probably like watching that movie and it pops up, or you've posted recently, just because you're posting recently, you've been staying within the algorithm. So those spiders are still kind of crawling around the back of your website. But beyond that, it's just so much easier to have a certain hub that you can keep people like abreast of things that's not just a social media thing. And it also just kind of shows your professional history in that respect as well, especially if you're trying to get, like, say, a guest spotting at a convention. If they go on your website and see that you have posts going all the way back to like 2015 and you're still maintaining a good following because you're able to access every single one of your social media platforms and check out what your actual audience is, it makes the biggest thing is make it as easy as possible for people to find you.
And I completely forgot one item. Make it your name, not your book. My husband did that. He got bloodinthemoon.com, and I said, well, that's a lovely website. Are you ever planning to write another book? Do you want to find Bloom Valentine, or do you want to constantly have to search for a blood in the moon in order to find your book?
Well, it depends on what your brand is, but yeah.
True. I mean, I have one for Donald Media because that's the branding for my nonfiction. But make sure that it is something that what do you want people to find you? How do you want people to find you? And rather than focusing on one product, hopefully you will write more than one book or do more than one thing, and make sure that that's what it says. So that they can find you.
And it's also a lot less expensive than you would realize.
Oh, it's
Now, a website is not gonna solve your problems if you have no traffic though. If you are a content creator on Twitch and you're not getting views, a website's not gonna solve it. If you are a YouTube creator and you have no clicks, a website's not gonna solve that, not immediately. What a website can very well do for you though is give you a way to focus your own ideas of how you want to interact with people. Because the only creating content that is meant to be historical, like recipes or that kind of thing, you can slow build. On YouTube, every single video is a new chance to build an audience. That people don't hit like and subscribe buttons on YouTube very often. The best creators get a 1 in 10, and most people are around 2 or 3% like and subscribe. The only way that you get traffic on YouTube is to get into you might also like the related videos, and that comes from thumbs up, not subscriptions, and then keywords and that sort of thing. And then views. If people view it, it goes further and further up. So a website's not going to solve that, but it can help you focus yourself. You got a brand. You have a central brand. You start on you add a Twitter. Use the same picture that you have on your website on Twitter, and then the same picture on Facebook. Make everything consistent. Then you have the hub that people can get to, and then out around. It also helps with backlinks for going up. You can't Google my name and you find me. My name is Mark Lucas. There are 17 Mark Lucases in the world that are way more famous than I will ever be. One ran for mayor, another one is a stand-up comic. You're never gonna Google my name and find me because no matter what I do, I'm way down the list. But if you Google, oh, hi, Mark, you get two things. You get the movie The Room and you get me.
I'm constantly fighting. There's a country western star named Elizabeth Donald. She's much prettier than I am, so she and I are at war.
I was less with an unusual spelled name.
Yeah. That's only depends on
Yeah.
what you want to do. If you want to be a Twitch streamer, you don't need a website, but it will help. If you want to drive people to a blog, you want to be a writer, you need a website.
The first thing people do is Google you.
Yeah.
Just to see, and then it comes up, Facebook, and it feels better if there's a website and they're like, oh, which the funny thing is, I don't do half the stuff on yourself, I do it for other people, so my stuff looks like garbage. But and that's what it feels better, but, along that train of thought, we mentioned before, social media is fickle. You don't own anything. Shut up, TikTok can decide I pissed them off one too many times and completely shut down my account, and I have no recourse. I can appeal, I can do whatever, it's on them. And a lot of times you hear, the only thing you actually own is your email. It is your website, and that's how you reach people, and I website is part of the newsletters and all that, but the email list. So, I just wanted to throw that out there. Social media, yeah, Instagram, Zuckerberg can shut us all down anytime he feels like it, and I've had it happen to clients where it's the matrix, and they're gone, and it's really, really frustrating because you put so much work and effort into building this whole community and you just get kicked out. So if you are a writer or anything else that is any kind of creative trying to build a following, newsletters are excellent. Get in people's inboxes and just try and stay there and stay relevant in there. I'm not going to get into that whole part of it because that's a whole nother. Maybe we could go on about newsletters. I'm not going to go there.
Too about platforms because terms of service always change. There can also be issues with intellectual property rights. If you don't have, like, sometimes a website doesn't help with that. Because I know that Facebook basically claimed every photo posted on there. They had rights to use.
I had to switch my Facebook to personal.
Yeah.
I don't use that.
So it's like you have to have some way of actually maintaining. I mean, that's a little more difficult with something like video based, like Twitch or YouTube. It's usually good to have stuff backed up because I think also if you get banned, you basically get locked out and all that.
Yeah, it's literally shut down. You don't get access to your account anymore.
Yeah, so it's the be careful, and that kind of also goes into to make sure that you are honoring community standards. When working like on social media, like for example, Facebook disallows contests or sweepstakes based off of liking and sharing. They
change them frequently.
Yes, moving target.
So it's like to make sure you're staying within the green of like the platforms you're using, because it can be devastating if you end up being put in Facebook jail sometimes.
Yeah. All right, so growing your audience. What is a tip or trick that you do when you have a project you are actively promoting and you are trying? Because a lot of us, feast and have times where we are actively trying to grow your platform, and there are other times where you're just maintaining because you're actually writing a book. But yeah, so what are some tips or tricks, Mark? Start with you.
So I'm always on.
Right.
I'm always on. I'm not trying to get people to. I do have a blog, and I want people to come and look through that. But other than that, I'm not trying to get people to look at what I did. I'm trying to look at what I'm doing. That is completely different from a blog or an author or something like that. Authors want to sell you the first book they wrote just as much as they want to sell you the last book they wrote. They want to sell all the books. You are never going to dig through my books on demand and see what I thought about how to do it. Ooh, not my video on demand. You will come and watch me on Sunday when I talk about turbulence with Ray Liotta. So what I have to do is keep the people I have. So that means I have to maintain my Discord and talk to people, and I have to make sure that I'm talking on Twitch and I'm getting people to follow me. But then I also have to promote next thing, the very next day. I can't take a day off of social media without seeing it hit to my and then the other thing I can say is they mentioned the rules. Make sure you stay within the rules. I did something I wasn't supposed to do. I created an account using my stage name. And I've been Ohio Mark since way back in the Rocky Horror days when I was a shadow guy. Facebook has a rule that all first names must be a real first name that appears on a license. Somebody reported it. 1,600, not 1,600 friends, 1,600 active followers gone. Not only could I not access the account anymore, I couldn't get the list of people that were active following. So my Twitch traffic went down. Make sure you read the rules. Facebook, if you are a Twitch streamer, and Facebook and Twitter are your two main avenues for talking to people, Facebook jail will kill you, and not getting retweets and comments will kill you. So you gotta make sure you know the rules so that you don't get your Twitch banned or your
Big thing is, all rules. I just had it in my head. What you go? Okay.
Growing your platform.
So growing platforms. There's more on Twitter, I think, than on any of the others. There's this trend of follow back. Somebody follows you, you follow them, etc. I don't particularly care for this because I have X amount of hours in my life, and if I need to keep my feed manageable. But sometimes there are these blitzes, like some part of says everybody's let's all follow each other and see if we can grow organically. I generally don't participate in those. It is an option if you're brand new and you don't have a whole lot of people following you. It is one way to get your feed going. But I'm not as big a fan as I am of just growing organically. If you provide content that other people start retweeting or sharing on Facebook, then eventually people will start following you because what you're putting out is of value to them. It doesn't necessarily have to be that you are writing an erudite essay every week, but that you are forwarding articles and interviews and images and things that are valuable, not just the funny memes, although certainly those probably get more traffic than anything else. I've been posting pictures from the convention of costumes and so on. People are loving those. They like those better than when I actually talk about serious things. Okay, fine, but they're gonna hang around. The one area I have not been able to really do well with is growing my newsletter list, and I would love to hear anybody's got suggestions for how to grow the direct email list. I know we're not going to go too much into the curation of those, but finding people willing to receive an email, even if it's just
It's a big deal when someone invites you in their inbox.
It is
You
really
respect
hard.
it and you treat it with the respect and statistics.
Yes.
Like,
Do not drown in it.
That's unheard of with
That makes sense.
nobody would accept an email from me.
It really is, like, if you were someone who's actually providing something like books, or blog, email list, and admittedly, I haven't really, just because of the various mailing lists and rules and everything, it's in the butt to try to, like, Bluehost is just really weird. Like, my hosting company is a really weird thing with the, email, like, with your domain sort of thing.
see, I email her like.
Yeah, I just try to figure it out.
That would be great for you. It's just, I mean, I know other like authors who have nothing to do with food or cooking, but wanted to highlight every, like twice a month she sends out an email and it has a recipe in it.
Yep.
And it's just,
Yeah.
or like, people love that. They literally subscribe sometimes just for the recipe.
MailChimp is what I use because it's free. At least it's free until I hit 5,000, then I have to start paying for it. I've also heard good things about MailerLite. And I include, the photo of the month from whatever photographs I've been taking, and the link spam, and a short, here's what the things that you like,
Yeah.
here's what's going on this month.
But I also know that Google has rules against mailing lists, email address.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's just make.
Exactly. So it's one of those, I need to figure out my hosts, what my hosting company's email thing to get email list out. But I do have Patreon. And the big thing I have at every single post is, while this recipe will always be free to look off the website, but if you don't have scrolling, I also have the critical recipe cards available for subscribers, or if you happen to donate to my Ko-Fi this month. And Patreon and Ko-Fi have their own following. If you join the Patreon, every time you send a post out, it will actually send that post directly to their mailbox. So they can get access to their recipe cards for me. But also, if they're following you, it basically creates a mailing list. And the great thing about Patreon too is that they are paying you to have that mailing list. So that's how I'm dealing with it right now, because I also work full time.
Yeah.
And get sent these out to my Patreon to grow to more. And do all the streaming, and the creep happens. So
And it's social media just has certain things that you do that makes it more quickly. Like TikTok, you post 3 to 4 times a day, which is not sustainable for most people.
No.
But when I'm actively trying to grow my platform, I do that. I do that and make a conscious effort. That it's not just books, it's not just selling product. You're just much more active and engaged. But it's like not sustainable.
I will say that, especially if you're just starting out, just trying to grow, don't focus on more than 3 platforms. That is how much your brain will not be able to handle that much traffic.
I honestly say focus on one.
Exactly.
You can do 3. Focus, find the one you enjoy doing because it'll seem least like work. And focus on that one.
And it is okay to completely okay to cross post across this platform.
Yes. No. If I make one, it goes everywhere.
Yeah.
Copy and paste that on there.
You have different readers on each platform, so like.
Right, so we're gonna do a little, sorry.
No, go ahead, you're good.
I just don't want to keep doing the comment. I'm waiting for the door to open. Yeah. Then you're just me out about that. I'm not even there yet. Questions? Anybody have any questions? Anything specific about social media growth? Yes.
Okay, the Facebook rule and stuff about not posting under a different name and everything. How do you go about with your pen name?
Was that, how do you go about what?
If you have a pen name that you're writing under.
Okay, they have an author page. They have authors, and so you can create an author page and use your pen name. That is perfectly fine. What you can't do is create a personal page. All right, so if I friend request you as Mark Lucas, you're going to accept it. If I friend request you as Mark, you're going to accept it. If I friend request you as Mark Lucas and then send you a like my business page, Mark, 90% of people are going to ignore it. They hate it. As an author, you can create an author page and it'll say author on it. So that's a special type of Facebook page. It's a box you check when you create the account. If you're not an author, not supposed to do that. But putting author in front of any anyway.
There's a difference between profiles and pages. What he's talking about, where you have to have your real name, is a profile. Like your Facebook profile, what you always put in Facebook.
You the person.
Yes, you the person. Separately,
that one of mine is.
if you go to the pages section of Facebook, and everyone has it, you can create as many pages as you want. Like if you have multiple businesses, you can create a page for each business. So, the thing is, you can also have a similar title name for your page. It's just whatever they ask you what that slug is, which is going to be facebook.com/whatever. That's the only thing that has to be unique. Because that's also how people tag your page as well, or it's basically its own web address in that particular sense. but you don't necessarily have to worry about whether it's your pen name or not, because it is a business page.
It's like they friend your personal
They-
account, but
yeah.
they'll follow.
They'll
your
follow or
page.
like your page.
Yeah.
So that's what we mean by, off, like, all.
It's like you're, as though you're establishing a business on,
Yeah.
this is your business name. I manage a page for Elizabeth Donald, author,
Yeah.
but I also manage one for the literary underworld, and I manage one for a charity book sale in my town.
Which is different from groups.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Facebook.
It's somewhat different on Twitter. Twitter doesn't have this rule, I don't think, but at the same time, I have 2 Twitter accounts. Not intentionally, but I was working at the newspaper, they insisted we all be on Twitter, and they insisted I start a fresh, brand new one for my journalism life.
Yeah.
And so that grew organically, so now I have these 2 Twitter accounts, and Twitter will not allow me to combine them. So unless you are planning on long-term developing 2 careers at the same time, just stick with one Twitter account and save yourself time.
Though you can be logged into more than one.
Oh, I'm plugged into to all the Twitter accounts at the same time, but I have to switch back and forth.
I would be on TikTok.
Yeah.
I mean, I will admit that, like, I did try having a personal Twitter in addition to my Glutton Geek Twitter. I don't use it anymore, because after it got hacked, because I barely use it, like, I'm just, no. But then it was I don't tweet anything that I wouldn't want public.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's usually me, like, throwing jokes back with my other content creator friends to kind of keep that community going. But also trying to keep it, like, people like that genuine, like they like that authenticity, especially in these community-based platforms. They like to see that you are a person, but within reason. It's like and only, I've got to the point in social media where I'm like, unless I want to moderate a 4-hour conversation between my friends and family, I'm just not going to post it. So I apply the same rule to, like, I don't have that kind of time. So I apply the same rule to my public personality as well. Where it's if I don't want to spend the next 4 hours moderating my followers to play nice about a controversial topic, then I'm just not going to mess with it.
Oh, see, I started going all the way. But that's TikTok. It's a different kind of community, and is equal to my little bubble, my sphere of
Yeah.
TikTok. And but my brain's completely just hot mess.
Yeah,
Like,
it's too emotionally exhausting for myself. So
yeah,
it's-
I might, and it's an opinion, and I have it, and then if it blows, people start coming up in the comments, as long as no one's being excessively awful. I think those look at them. But for the most part, I'm like, dude, wear yourself out.
And it's like,
You're just
don't
having my
sign up.
engagement by arguing with me.
It's like, don't sign up for a fight unless you're actually willing to fight it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like you mentioned something about getting hacked, think security, keep your passwords complex and change them.
And anything can be brute forced.
Oh Lord, and be aware
Text
that.
my mom, and mom just trying to be on Facebook, you've been hacked. She's like, oh God.
Yeah, keep in mind too, that a bad hack can cost you your account. My son was hacked on Instagram, and whoever hacked him started messaging all of our friends and family asking for money. And they said, "Is he okay? Yes, he is fine."
Post really inappropriate videos.
Oh, and it's been a month, and Instagram has done nothing. He's been on the phone with actual humans, begging them to do something about it. He's ended up having to start another account. Now, he's not an ordinary person, but not.
If that does happen to you, hey, if you're on Instagram and something happens and you need a person, you need to be taken seriously, you need a real life person to help you, go in, switch your account to a business account, pay for it for very, very temporarily, and it opens up, like, they will actually assist you. And then you switch it back.
It's that funny how they treat it.
Remember, there's 2 different types of hacks. You can be personally hacked or somebody can open your account. And both of those are terrible.
Yeah. Any more questions? Social media growth, yes.
Is it based upon
Yeah.
Oh, all the time. Yeah.
So I used to do a science fiction movie event. And I got all sorts of, it generated so much buzz on Facebook, so much buzz on Twitter. No views. None. Because why would somebody sit around and watch a movie that everybody loves? That's not the way people use watch parties, that kind of stuff with strangers. So nobody's gonna sit around with a group of strangers. Yeah, they won't miss, they want disagreement or strong opinions and that sort of thing. So getting zero interaction on Twitch is horrible. It's like sitting there talking into a void, which is disheartening. So I discontinued that.
TikTok lives doing that too. Yeah.
Yeah, on my Patreon, I started out offering these various kinds of content. The monthly, live chat, nobody was showing up for it. I had better things to do than sit there and talk to myself. I can do that to myself for free. And for a while, people were asking me for recipes. Because I was on Facebook, I will always be posting whatever it is I've baked lately. And so I started adding that as a Patreon. Nobody was like, absolutely, the metrics were zero. So out it goes. You pay attention to what your audience wants. Now, in the news business, that's very dangerous for us. And I could go on another hour and I won't, about how much we're paying attention to the metrics. And following the metrics is leading to some really serious problems in the news business. We always know that if it leads, it leads. So people will click violence and car crashes and mayhem a lot faster than they click anything else we post, with the possible exception of a really big fish. I don't know why, big fish stories are huge. But when it's an established fact that when people read content constantly that says that there's crime, that there, all the crime in their town and so on, they begin to believe that their community is more dangerous than it actually is. And so that's an ongoing discussion in journalism, both in terms of the text of how we manage social media, also that's balance in our coverage.
Oh my God. I did not intend, but my job was to stalk my teenage daughters. And don't be assholes to them. They're young and they're my children, and that's what you do. And I enjoyed it, and I engaged, and then I started posting stuff to funsies, and I did well. And then I had one go viral, and that was not the intent. That was not my target audience. But I am very opinionated, and maybe it ended up being the target audience I didn't know I wanted. I was going to start promoting books, and reviews, and doing stuff like that, and it went in a completely different, raging feminist agenda kind of way, like in the best way possible. And that was not my intent, but that's where it went. That's the community that I've built since, and I wouldn't change it, but that wasn't the strategy. But I still do. I'm a writer, still talk about writing and books, and it's a community, so they're all very supportive. But it's not 100% book talk approved. That is not on my page, and I don't want it to be. But but if now I just decided I'm focusing 100% on books and reviews, and that's all I'm doing, I lose my audience. So yeah, they kind of do drive that a little bit.
I see this one question. Have any of you used Clubhouse? And have you liked it?
I did like it. I got off it. I just didn't have time. Like I said, too many things. Clubhouse is it used to be by invitation. It's a still invitation?
Yeah. Oh no, it just went public like a couple weeks ago and stuff.
Okay.
And it's supposed to be like one of the top ones and stuff for growing social media.
It's interesting. I thought it was good to talk with other creators. It was good to talk with other. There's an author clubhouse, which is really big, and you go in there and you get into some. I met some larger named authors that way, and we connect. I was helping Erica James with her TikTok account. Just that she didn't know how to do some of that stuff, and I was like, turn on your stitches so people can share stitches. Okay, so Clubhouse was fun to interact with other authors and people like that. It was a lot of become a millionaire, mindset, ignore girl boss hustle life, but you can avoid all of that.
Check out my new pyramid scheme that I'm working.
Yeah, it's like follow me, learn how to make 5 million by that, and like, okay.
You have to pick which one you want to go into.
But there is good. It's like every other social media. There's garbage and there's good. You just gotta find the good. The Clubhouse was a lot of fun. I I just had, and well, I didn't have time for it.
I have some free stuff here.
Okay.
If you follow me.
Oh, yeah, let us know where you are. Sorry, we're done. Let us know where you are.
OhioMarkOnline.com, that's my website. From there, you can get to OhioMark 76 on Twitch, OhioMark on YouTube, OhioMark on Facebook, OhioMark on Twitter. And it's a picture of me dressed as Ronnie Largo from a Sheddercast of Repo the Genetic Opera. So that's everywhere to find me. And then there's stuff.
If you go to gluttonyspeak.com or gluttonyspeak.com, I did buy both domains, especially when someone tried to steal one from me. You can find pretty much everything I do when not there. I also have business cards. Take one with you and meet them. So.
ElizabethDonald.com and DonaldMedia.com are my two primary hub websites. They have links to all my various social media. On Twitter, I am eDonald. That's pretty easy to find.
And I'm Casey LaPorte. You can find me on TikTok. It is @book_mama is my main page. I'm also starting a new page for art readers. That's advanced reader copies for authors. I have a lot of people on TikTok who enjoy free books and want to support authors and do reviews. And I know a lot of authors who want to get more reviews. So I'm creating that page for to connect those two together. And it's just @Mark ARC Readers. And you just sign up there. I'm just starting it. So you Google what kind of genres you like and just trying to upload my author room.
And if you do Google me, remember I am not a German guitarist.
All right, thanks a lot. That's what you bring back.
Anyone like a mug?
So much stuff.
Okay. No, you can ask.
Stuff is one of my favorite stuff I don't want to have in my.
Yeah, I have to fly.
Yeah, like.
I've been balancing how many books have I sold versus how many books have I bought. I have to balance the weight.
They had a sentence that was out of sort of, it's always like literary based, like second breakfast.
Oh, yeah, I got Assassination.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh, man, but it's like, I don't know this thing at the turn.
I didn't bring any.
Okay.
I didn't bring any.
Sorry, I should have written it down. I was distracted by the active sugar plant in front of me.
Yeah, I didn't see that, that was weird.
I'm glad it's there.
I guess it's a thing.
Thought about it. That you've got a remarkable number of businesses on them.
It's like some folks that end up having to hold like artists, they have matches like for
Yeah. I'm very
yeah. They have a very
No. If you ask the one that I think really good there, last for about 2 months.
I don't remember that. My friend Cynthia.
You're here to break out. So,
My son and his girlfriend are completely into TikTok, and I asked them, YouTube? It's YouTube for young people. YouTube is for old people.
Good.
25 pages about 1,500 little chapters. And then going through basically 24 notes. And then I go to the first one and I start writing. And I write, and then at the end, I go back and look at what I got. And usually for me now, I can do it fast enough that I'm kind of reflecting and I'm not thinking it. But you just dump it out. And so, but like, I'll, like, when I'm start, I feel like I've got something to do, right? Those always come down to me, right? That's your secret. So you're like, okay, I want 1,000 words per chapter. Well, I only work 6 minutes. Okay? So either that means you don't have a long enough idea, which usually means even enough.
I think we are.
Where are you? I won't be there. Right? Okay. And just bring me now for your home. Yes, 16. Yeah. I have already found my calendar. Because otherwise I won't forget. Yep. Okay. I know. Crazy. Yeah, so, you know, so you just write. So if I write, I'm going to write 17 words, and I either have to see it has to be bigger, or more likely, I need more detail. So then after that, on the next pass, I go, okay, I only have 17 words. So I need to be 800 more words. This is anything else to it. So then I'll go in, start at download, and I'll say, you know, okay, it starts right here, I need a structure. And I'll start. Then, what if they're say something that you like, it's all adding to the little dialogue that they need to have. And then I just literally go through it and just, you know, add a place back in. It's hard. I mean, you know, the thing is, in all my beginner art classes, like, if you completed the novel, you were trying to top 5%. Everybody says they want to write very good at it. So when I wrote it, and then I was lucky. So I actually had we're outside last night. So I had him do an edit on it. And so he came back and said, this is what, he was like, you need to find a date, you know, because I want to be involved. So I shopped it for almost 3 years. Kept revising it. You know, he gave me some ideas on how to revise it, so I went through and revised it, and I started copying it. Really wanted it. And about 2.5 years, I said, well, I'm done. I'm going to throw it out. And he started all that. He's like, yeah, I love what happened. Okay. And so I got home. But the thing is that, you know, get it done, read it back yourself, make the changes you think you need, and then that's what I was doing. So every night I write, I have local chapters. It's in the chapters, which you just like read it and get going. And then a lot of times you're like, oh, yeah, what 30 minutes is saying. So like, I need to build out, I need to work screen, and so even while I'm in my first draft, I don't have to go back to the actual script because I'm already doing it as part of the sequel. What are they hearing? What does it feel like? What are they, so I'm just trying to layer in all that stuff. And then the more you do that, the shorter your edit. I sent my agent on set Nashville, the next is still far. Some people are just that it's not bad stuff you can connect. I read it at 30 days, rewriting about 9 detectives or, be saying stuff that women didn't say. And then Joelle read it, and so she said, okay, first chapter is amazing. Chapter 5 is amazing. Second through 4 sucks. So I went back and rewrote the whole thing, edited it again, sent it to my agent, and my edits were literally 30 minutes. And it was almost all capitalization. And I had to figure out one scene that explains one of the main things that happened in that guy removed the scene from it and never fit that. He's like, wait a minute, why are you spending all the time explaining this tattoo if it never happens? I'm like, it happens all the time.
She told me when she got it, she actually started shooting after the last page, last sentence, and started going up to see.
One of the things I like to do is when you're done, when you're in edit mode, is I'll use the recap picture.
Yeah.
And that way you can hear what you're missing.
Yeah.
Throws out.
Oh, there we go, nice and cool. Can't hang in here for an entire time.
You're ahead of me. Dude, all the person I'm like, so she's a summoner, and she's a summoner, she's another angel, and you're not doing a very good job with it. I throw that bad, like, I have to keep it. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I didn't get off the road, I just had to.
I'm gonna give Elizabeth her food and if I don't have the virtue in our mind.
based on Roy Keane, who used to play for Manchester United. And Morrison, he was on the Smiths, did a song about Roy Keane.
I read a couple of articles on the grade of Shakespeare. So here's so I read an article and I kind of understand. That makes it very obvious. And he said that a couple of things. One thing is that in a lot of movies, somebody either likes or comes to the dark side or both, and their hair changes, like Rose, X-Men, or whatever. Yes, there's these movies. So it's that's happening. But as they said, it's also he earns his right to doing getting paid for all that makes those off of great hair. And so it's a little bit of a big that all players for football have great hair. And so I'm trying to understand, I'm like, as a musician, I was the one that did music. I have a different experience. Well, the short thing, that's sweet, but let's see if that's not how that works.
Have you ever an iPad or a laptop or phone? Look for YouTube tutorials. Look on YouTube. Look up Mr. Barrett. There are a number of them. It's completely changed my sense of music. Yeah. You'll be, it's like, it's genuine.
That is really nice. He does not look good with great hair.
No, but it doesn't suit like professionalism.
The other thing I noticed, I sleep with all the time. It's like first he's like, he's in a gray suit because he's morally gray, but then at the end he gets out a black suit, and I was just like, that's subtle. That's kind of cool too.
And the key, of course, is to see the way he treats his inferiors.
Right.
You know, that's always the mark.
Smoothie Cafe. Chocolate Smoothie Cafe.
Oh, over across the bridge.
Across,
Oh, okay, nice.
across the bridge, across the street.
Yeah.
That was the only place that had fast.
That's something you want to.
Just fast. They have, there's a Kava over there, but I don't know if they did. Yeah. You have now attitudes of it. I'm probably gonna go. Well, not right now, I do. I'm probably gonna get it back up soon. Yeah. Well, I'll be back. Like everyone else, kind of. Simmer down. So.
Go for it. I think you qualify.
Every time I see that bag, I want to tell you I love it, and I know I told you I love it probably like 6 months, but I love that bag.
I was trying to figure out why it was on Amazon, you know? I looked it up because I was trying to figure it out. I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense.
That's very intense. Chilling.
Yeah, my energy level is slightly higher.
Yeah.
Definitely done. I figure about 30 minutes I'm gonna pack up and I'm gonna head. Hopefully I will actually get it. We would hope. It's a long trip and I have a 2-hour layover in town, which I fear will become a 10-hour layover because of something, who knows. So I'm prepared for it. So as I get to the airport, I'm gonna message my friend Josh in Atlanta and be like, hey, any chance that I get stuck in Atlanta, you're home? And if he's not, I'll be like, hey, Siska, hey, okay, someone who lives in Atlanta, hey, please save me from this. I'm purposely packing my bag accordingly. Like my CPAP machine actually has my pajamas in it. And I'm actually have my toothbrush in like a different area. So like, I'm just like, just in case I'm stuck. So. Uh-oh.
Are you the one that, they were talking about the classical music? Yeah.
Cool. So Anthony here, my 13-year-old boy, is a little bit on the spectrum. His father experienced some really early depression. That's what he loves. It's like a feeling. Then, at age 13, he falls to a home and everybody has a problem with him. And our main character here, who is excited, who is trying to go to the place where it's not to say, Bill, that Russian left me, brings him back out. The teenage age of murders.
really cool. Are you big into classical music?
I love all this music.
Really?
I wrote this book. I was never going to write this. I wrote this book because I wanted to write a book about Keynes and exhibition, which is the Keynes type. So my main character here comes from here in class, which I read the course about, and walks through the exhibition, which is reason by the source.
I've never seen anything like
I've been told. I look everywhere. I don't see anybody who's done. It's a little bit where you're going to know human mind and walking through that. But I have never seen myself like this. I needed a place where you could walk through pictures and make decisions. The only place you can walk through music is inside someone's mind. So I needed a person whose mind who could say that, and then I needed someone who could walk mine. So
and then the member provider.
So when I was first starting writing, I kept writing short stories about the same human information. And I kept writing anthologies. So finally got writing back. I just put them all into a single book, and that's the first step. I would turn out some more television stories. Writing is not on the money, right? And then this, I think I like this screen. It's literally a Christmas carol, but your screen. She's not very nice. This, her best friend who ran the box in the last Christmas, finds it out of her computer, out of her bed, dripping wet. Look at her there, that's what. Yeah, the three spirits, you don't realize it now, it's not going to go well for you. And then, Christmas girl happens, and it's not. That's all I'm going to say. This one is 30. I always ask, because one time I figured, everybody like, everybody goes, no. I agree. I tell everybody the story behind that is I literally went to the Red Sleeve at 3 o'clock in the morning back in 2013, and I just said, I'm going to write a run to a Christmas carol. That's literally what happened. And then a year later, I performed. So. Most people tell me if they read all my stuff, this is great and this is great, and that's my best. As far as the story, yeah. They go, your heart's really in that one. I'm like, you're right. Oh, wait, right? Thing. It did it a second time. All right.
Sure, you change. There you go.
And one thing on this now. One person you bought.
Adding more and more people in the area was around, so you sold them and escaped. There you go. How long does it take to make one? I know I asked you.
he's got it.
Oh, no kidding.
I didn't know if I would see you. I didn't know how I was going to see you.
I've been carrying that.
I knew they needed help. You have someone to help too, but I didn't know if I was going to come back.
Are you on the Star Trek? No, I am. That's why I have to look for you.
But I wrote it there. You are much cooler. In my book, he does limit his own brother down to the theory. You are not supposed to know about that character.
I am, man. Yeah, I got some to read now.
That is perfect. He was just telling me I'm a business boy. But I'm a homeowner. Well, a year and a half over. I'm sorry. No, you probably don't know. We met at Wilkie when I was 16 and then at the bar. I was with my other Sarah. And my brother Sarah. And maybe also was coming out yet. Yeah, and we got out with y'all and fire and stuff.
All right. Yeah, girl.
Yep, but anyway, so I didn't actually expect that you would just see me through that. And I'm gonna put out a little, and Eric was like, excuse me? She's like, I was like, I called you. You know, they should keep my baby.
Good for her.
I have 14
It's right here.
I pretty much given up. I actually. Everyone, my foot changed.
Actually, no, there's no way.
I do not have that kind of money to talk to, right? And then the hotel? Maybe.
There's also.
I'm here. Huh? I'm here. Yeah, there's a guest. I don't even know the audience. In that case, I'll go back to the room. With the idea.
Thank you all so much. I will see you in I'll see you on
Everybody knows you. That's how you take it. Actually spoke. Yes. Actually, that person had. I have mine in my pocket.
That's even faster than me digging in this place.
And Kevin, my best.
She's everywhere.
So mine.
Okay, let me.
I'm on sad transfers like that.
So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye.